Hello! Hi, everybody! Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. We are here with most of the new moon. Everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
Hello.
Only
Hi.
Matt did it. Matt, you get the point.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi.
You get the point. Matt gets the point. Nope,
I
it's too
listened.
late. It's only Matt.
Nope, I said it. You just didn't say unmute first.
That's right. You're okay. All right. You're right. I didn't give extremely specific instructions. That's on me. Hi. Welcome everybody. If you have no idea what this is, we are a D&D live stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, having 5 parties living, existing, and breathing. For those that do, for those that still do. In the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world of Astera. So if this is your first, second, or third time watching, welcome. Grab a drink. We all some of us got some, and kick back and relax and enjoy. Some small up. What?
Oh, I forgot I was unmuted. That's
What,
so
Brandon?
awkward.
No,
So
Brandon, go ahead.
embarrassing.
No, tell
No.
the class.
No, I was singing.
Brandon, come to the front of the class.
No.
Everybody,
So
Brandon's got something to say. Brandon's gone. I'm just kidding. I love you guys. What was I talking about? Some updates. No specific times or plans yet, but we are going to be reintroducing very soon our one-shots. They will most likely not be on Saturdays anymore. They'll be in some weird times. We're still trying to figure out the specifics on that. But yeah, if you were interested in joining a one-shot that may or may not be in the world of Imea, we'll be building some new ones here pretty soon, but we'll probably be starting out with some classics like the McClellan's Melons Murder Mystery, and Where's My Darling Piddle, and yeah, fun ones like that. The Golden Lion Casino. Be on the lookout for that. There will be no ads yet, but if you want to be kind of like first in line to it, you can check it out at startplaying.games/gm/it's a long story. And you can see when there's some upcoming games on that. Also, if this is one of your first times watching the channel, or if you're wanting to support the channel in general, best way to do so is to like and subscribe where you're watching this, whether that is on YouTube or Twitch. Please hit that like and follow and all of that stuff. There's subscribe, all those sort of versions of buttons that pretty much mean the same thing. Thank you so much. It does help out a ton. We really appreciate it, and it's nice to know how many people are watching. And also feel free to say hi, hello, say, what is this? Who's that weird guy? And then I'll say which one, and we'll have a fun conversation about it. Spoilers, it's Matt. Thank you all in advance for that. You can also check out our Instagram and TikTok down below at It's a Long Story _TTRPG. And that is it. Who's doing recap today? I forgot to ask. Awesome. Okay, cool. So before we begin tonight's session, we need to get a recap of where we left off with New Moon. So, Brandon, please take it away.
All right. On the heels of completing the first trial of I think we call it the Black Forest, Blackwood Forest, Black Tree Forest. I just know it's not the Dark Forest. Anyways, the party made it back onto the road and moved away from the 5-tree puzzle. Green and Ianthe discussed the mirror, but when he offered to carry it for her, she suddenly became cagey and unwilling to pass it off. The party kept walking along the path until they came upon the ferryman, who was getting ready to roast 3 fish instead of the 6 originally. Grian stepped forward to take the fish this time, and when asked to behead the fish prior to cooking, he removed the cover from over its head to reveal a face that he did not know but seemed familiar. While the party discussed if they should take the fish with them, the ferryman disappeared and they were forced to continue on the road. Some time went by, and the sounds of a river running just parallel to the road began to mix with the cries of a baby. The sound struck a chord with Grian, and no matter how much the party tried to convince him to leave it alone, the pull of the forest was stronger. He made it to the edge of the river and found a carved piece of driftwood that said, "To hold is to be pulled."
Pause for 1 second, Brandon. Freaking Edie Mux. Come on, guys. Fix it. Go ahead.
All right. He made it to the edge of the river and found a carved piece of driftwood that said, "To hold is to be pulled." And when he tried to reach the floating basket in the water, he was pulled down to the surface and crushed. Adim and Prisha rushed to Grian's aid, but only Adim was able to make it, for once Prisha stepped off the path, she was immediately swept up by a large black shadow. Adim convinced Grian to let go of his past, and Grian was pulled under the surface of the water, where he had to make a choice: find out where he came from and why he was abandoned, or turn away from it. Grian decided to turn away, deciding that who he could have become is not who he is, and who he is someone he can be proud of. Grian emerged from the water with the next piece of the puzzle, a key. Adim and Grian returned to the road, where Prisha was nowhere to be found. And that's where we're at.
All right, cool. Short and sweet. I like it. Thank you so much, Brandon. Anything else we need to add, friends?
There's somebody watching us through the mirror, or using the mirror to watch us.
That's right. Yes. There was a moment of communication stating, just get through this. I promise I will explain everything. Yeah. Cool. Anything else? All right. Well, then, without further ado, I'm really excited to actually just jump straight in tonight. So, you guys ready to play some D&D? Wait, sorry. Time out. Everybody unmute.
Yay!
You guys ready to play some D&D?
Yeah!
All right. Cool. Let's do it. This is gonna suck because we're in a pretty dark moment right now. So everybody get their dark faces on. Everybody sad. Go. All right. So we leave off a drenched Grian, but gleaming with a possibly just a new brightness, a new sense of self that I think actually coming from I'd like to come from Grian's perspective. Grian, you're stepping back out onto the shore. Adim is with you. You guys are heading back, and in this moment, your triumphant return is cut a little short when you recognize that there is someone missing. We'll take it from there.
Green, you look different. Like not, I don't know, something's changed.
Well, I'm wet and I don't know
that's
if
not
this
that different.
armor's good anymore, but I think I think we should chat about like that mirror, and I'm gonna pull out the key. This key, I think we need to just take a second and talk. Is Prisha coming back?
She
Do we
didn't.
know where she ran off to?
She didn't. She went to help you. She didn't come find you.
I think you and whoever else was left on the road saw what happened.
Oh.
Yeah, Prisha was completely swallowed up by a figure of darkness.
She got eaten by darkness. And then I tried to talk to her, and all I heard was a voice that said she knew better and she shouldn't have left the path. So that's not good.
But we've all stepped off the path. I don't know why she wouldn't.
I don't know.
Do you think any of those things would know? I mean, what happens if we step off the path now?
I think we should find them or the ferryman and just see if they know what's going on. That doesn't sound like anything we've encountered in this forest before. I'm gonna pull out my sending stone because I know they have a range.
Okay.
Hey, Prisha, can you hear me? Come in, Prisha.
Moments pass. That's it.
Okay.
You start to slowly see the same blue figures start to move through the trees. They're being a little less violent in their giving direction on where to go next. But you, Green, I'll say you're still kind of like maybe a couple steps off of the road. You might instinctively go to get back on it.
I'm gonna take a couple steps back onto the road and see if they disappear, like if they go back into the woods.
They do not. They continue forward.
Okay.
Adim, are you stepping back on the road?
Oh, yes.
Okay. They stand once more. They're not rushing you all. But as you all are standing on the road, they stand in a single file line, waiting, almost ushering.
Do you guys know anything about, towards the creatures, do you guys know anything about a giant black shadow roaming these woods?
Our friend is missing. Do you know where we could find her? I mean, is she another part of the woods?
I will say, you guys choose. One of you roll a perception. A persuasion check with advantage. That's the other one's given advantage.
Not it.
I have a +5.
+9.
At your service.
Yeah, sorcerer part.
Yeah. I wanted to do it diplomatically, but like, let me handle this. Okay. Okay, that's a 24.
24. Anthony, you speak Primordial, right?
No, but I think I have the gem of translation.
Okay.
So, yes?
You see a couple of them, the ones closest to you, look at each other. And you hear a voice speaking in your head. Once again, actually, I'll say, give me a history check.
Okay. I don't think I'm very good at history. Oh, 4.
Okay. It seems somewhat familiar to you. You're not exactly sure why. But this sort of, I would say the best way to kind of describe it is more of like almost not a change in like not a variance in diction as much as it is a very like strong accent with words that even I'll say even with the gem of translation, sound strange, like underwater. Like you can hear what they're saying, but it's like it's like that item is having to work really hard.
A little bit of a lag.
Yeah. As one of them just says, they are not like us. You hear that in your head. You can tell it's like a telepathic link. You're not entirely sure if like they're able to form words with their mouths the way that they are.
Okay, I will say back in my head. Well, that's not very helpful. And I think I stamp my foot a little bit so everyone just sees me looking mad and stamping my foot. Where is she?
You see one of them staring at you, the alien like design of their eyes being so much more noticeable, so much more like precedent in this moment of not being able to understand emotion as you see it just shake its head. And then you see the other one point forward.
What did they say?
Nothing useful.
Okay.
They just want us to move forward. They said she's not like us. Like we didn't already know that.
Yeah, I mean, none of us are like her.
They said they're not like us.
They are not like us. Oh, maybe that shadowy thing as well?
Got it. Different person pronoun. Anyways, okay.
Yeah.
So there was
interestingly,
a
in
little
this case, I will just tell you.
Hold up on the gem, so some of the things got lost in translation a little bit.
Yeah, for the sake of the simplicity in pronouns, I will tell you they were not talking about Prisha.
Got it.
Well, that's not helpful. That's even less helpful.
But is now a good time to say that the thing that took her, that I think I talked to, could be a demon?
What?
Well, it spoke to me in Abyssal. And most of the time that's demons. We're devils, I get those mixed up.
Prisha's not associated with demons, right?
Well, I mean, demons and devils oftentimes use undead, right? Maybe? No, they usually use lesser ones.
Roll me a history check.
Which one?
This is for Jet.
Oh, good. Yeah, no, not me.
23.
23 is enough. History on Languages, a book that might kind of appear in your mind, Jet, as you're thinking about this, on the idea of where the Abyssal language came from. The Abyssal language, like most other languages, actually started as primordial and became twisted by the evils of the abyss.
Oh.
So to say demons could be a bit reductive.
I mean, it could be something even older, maybe. Something primordial that the language is now. And Jet just starts panicking, like, how do I help? How do I help?
I'm gonna place a hand on Jet's shoulder. It's okay. Let's find the ferryman. He's bound to show up somewhere, and we'll see what he knows. Okay.
So we're gonna leave the area that Prisha walked off away from. That's like one of the few things I remember from childhood. You don't leave when someone goes missing. You stay where they were lost.
Well, we know that our Rocky Talkies have a range, and she's not coming up on the range, so she's not in the area anymore.
Joe? Unless I'm interrupting Jack right now. I don't want to interrupt. Joe, because you said you used... Did you say you used your ring ascending, or did you use the Rocky Talkie, Brandon?
Rocky Talkie, I don't have the sending ring.
Okay. Where... I just want to make sure I understand. Where's Tishy? Is Tishy just an observer of all this, Joe?
You're on the road. Yeah.
Okay. Upon hearing... Because I have a ring ascending, and I'm going to use it because it actually reaches to multiple planes of existence. I want to send a quick sending to Prixa.
Just a reminder, this is what Jet did last session.
Oh, did Jet do this last session? I wasn't. I missed it probably because I was not there in that part. Okay, if he did it and it failed, then I'm not gonna try to retry it.
Yeah, for the record, that's what Jet was just talking about. Like,
oh, sorry,
tried to do ascending and then something else responded.
Oh, sorry. I'll pay closer attention. Apologize, y'all.
It's all good.
So, do we continue or do we wait?
I think finding the ferryman's probably our best bet. Unless someone can locate object. And even then, I don't know if it's far
I believe
enough.
Prixa can.
Okay.
I can too. I can locate object.
Okay.
Shit.
I don't remember how that worked.
But let me see here. Let me read the description real quick.
It has to be within 1,000 feet, so.
Right.
Okay. Do you have to have an object for that to work? Like,
No, you can just. Nah, you just think really hard, and the spirit just moves you in the direction or it goes. So I guess like for example, you can just. I'm gonna think of Prisha's new stick that she has, and I'm just gonna think really hard on it, and that just starts to casting, and I cast locate object on Prisha's new staff.
Range?
Do what? Range is
Range.
1,000 feet. 1,000 feet.
Yeah. In this moment, nothing comes up.
Well, you gotta sit here and you gotta think on it for a little bit. And you gotta give it a little bit of time, and normally it happens before now. It usually happens faster than this.
So it doesn't normally take this long. Okay, that's
No, I'm gonna say this didn't work. Shit. Sorry, y'all. I know. Yeah, sorry.
did anyone see which way the shadow went?
no, just sort of poofed in and poofed out with Prixa.
Okay. Well, I still stand by finding the ferryman, see if he knows anything. God, if you can remember anything.
Maybe it just took her to the end of the road. Maybe she's waiting there for us.
At this time, Joe, I would like to, as Tishian, look at. I believe last session I made sort of had like a nonverbal connection with one of the beings. after the squabble that we had with them. And I would like to look at that being right now.
Okay.
And as I look at him, I just want to look at him intently. And I would just like to put my hand over my heart again in that same motion. To just sort of try to get some sort of response from that being.
No response.
Right. Well, they suck at communicating. Okay. I'm with Grin. I guess we need to. It seems like we could wait here, but I think we better get moving. Prixa will be down the road for us. I just know it.
She'll find us. She's got that crazy stick.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, did you know you've got me calling it a stick?
Well, it's what it is. It's a stick. It's made of wood and it's stick-like. It's a stick. But yeah. All right. Jack, Jet, you or Deem, Jet, you good to head down there, or?
I'm not sure it's a good idea to leave, but it's a worse idea to split up. So I'm following you.
I feel the same.
Well, I guess I'll take point and we'll just head on down.
Wait.
What?
So there's a bit of a pattern. If we find this ferryman and he's got those damn fish again, whoever takes a fish has to complete some sort of trial thing, right?
Seems like it.
Who's willing to complete a trial? I mean,
Well,
Titian, I hate to tell you, I hate to volunteer you, but you are the strongest of us.
and I'm known far and wide for my test-taking abilities.
Well, gods, you should have gone first then. Set the curve for all of us.
Sure. Well, we've already had. I guess it makes sense that we've already had brains. Titian's pointing right at Anthe. And we've had beauty, and Titian's going to point right at Grian. I guess it makes sense that Braun gets a turn in this, I guess.
And Nadim just cocks his head and goes, okay.
Titian will turn right to Adim as he does. If he picks that out, and he's going to go, beauty number 2 as well. And then he's just going to point at Jet and go, you're Jet. And
God. Whew.
It just stares and doesn't even realize that it's an insult.
Beautiful.
Well, of course I am. I haven't changed, have I?
No, not well.
No, you haven't.
I mean,
When
you're
we first-
shirtless now, but
When we first met you, you were near agoraphobic bookworm in the library in a major city, and now you're shirtless, primal, dragonborn. Not changed a bit.
Well, I've always been a dragonborn.
Yeah, just now you don't have a shirt on.
Yeah, that took some getting used to. Thanks for that, Titian. You really helped me come out of my shell. And he goes up for a fist bump.
Titian returns it.
Hey guys. Prisha?
Oh,
Ferryman?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, let's-
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. We gotta. Okay. Yeah, let's find this ferryman, and I'll take this test.
Okay. You guys move forward once again, and I think we'll say Ianthe just instinctively, almost knowing Ianthe that you're gonna look back and you know what you're gonna see, but you just have to look anyways as you look on and see the figures staring at you as you go, and then one by one seem to zip away. leaving you alone on the road. As you all start to continue on, there's moments of recognizing that being in this darkness for as long as you have been, the levels of panic, of stress, both physical and emotional, and now you're one less. I'd like you all to tell me what's going through your mind, but before you do, I'd like you all to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Remember, you get +4 if you're near me.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
I'll say for this case, because this is not
Okay.
something that will mechanically make a difference, I'll say that doesn't count for this.
Can you botch the saves?
Like, are you saying, can you choose to fail?
No, can you botch it? Would a 1 be different than the one with the pluses? Actually, doesn't matter. 1. I forgot. I have no wisdom save.
Yeah.
1. I rolled a 1.
10.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
$19.
Let's start with Ianthe. Ianthe, what'd you get?
We're doing great.
Sorry, my unmute didn't want to push. I got a 7.
Ianthe, there's as the beginning of everyone starting to move, you guys have been in a group long enough. You've made enough formations in the journey of where you're going to and fro that I think in this case you actually see a physical space that no one is taking up in the marching order of how you're moving. You're reminded of others that you lost along the way. Whether by choice, by happenstance, or by death. You failed your wisdom saving throw, and I would say, Ianthe, what are you dwelling on in this moment?
I think I'm lagging behind a little bit because I keep stopping and looking over my shoulder, looking for Prixa to be following us, looking for those things to be following us, getting a little paranoid.
I think you notice how much that mirror is weighing you down. I'll say with this, so I will say, technically speaking, there is a mechanical difference here, but give me a Constitution saving throw. I will say, for the sake of this moment, you are near Titian.
Okay. No, not that one. This one. Oh my God, that's so bad. And I'm good at these too. Oh my God. My computer is lagging. I got a 14. Plus 4, right?
Yes.
14.
14 just fails.
Great.
As you take your first point of exhaustion. Titian. You rolled a dirty 20, which is a success. What's guiding you? What's pushing you forward in the midst of knowing that you are a person down, that you're volunteering to take the next test, and not being assured that the test would represent Braun at all?
I don't think it really matters what the test is, because what Titian has just experienced is Grian almost dying, by the feel of it. He's experienced Prisha leaving or disappearing, and if he wasn't so he's finding that voice in the back of his mind that is saying, you've lost another party member. And he's trying to go at that with, no, you haven't, you will see them again. And you need to do more to make sure that happens. So there is this commitment to taking on this test so that he can protect the others around him in the party. More than anything. As the tank, as a paladin, he views this very much as him putting himself in the line of danger for the good of the party.
So, I think in a word, soldier mode, right?
Pretty well.
Yeah.
I think you would even see, like, as he continues to walk, I think he falls into old habits of marching or walking to a tempo. Probably not too dissimilar to back in the days when he was in the roar. That's just that, that sort of like, just like, no matter what the road is or like how uneven it is, it's still that like marching forward.
A thought occurs to you, Titian, in remembering the stories as a child. This forest reminds you of the folklore that you were given as a small cub in Hasamal, representing some seemingly arbitrary, or at least at the time, thing of a folk hero being trapped in deserted woods and being tested to push forward and retrieve the boon for the good of the people that they're with. You're also reminded of a very real moment, maybe about the time when you joined up with the roar, when you finally were conscripted to follow in line and take orders. There is the story of the lost platoon that ventured north. I think you think about these stories and the questioning of the reality of what is what, and if that story of that lost platoon is real, and it was because they came in here. How far did they get?
I think there's... How far did they get? I also think there's another layer to it where that hopeless feeling as being in a platoon, where what leadership put them in that position in the first place, what drew them there to begin with. And then one of the biggest fears Titian faced while in the service was being sent on a hopeless mission without the knowing that he wouldn't return, and that there was no good reason for it.
You feel the chill of the night air kind of push past you, but you remain resolute. And the camera moves over to Adim. Adim, the nat one is critical fail. But I think for Adim, the things that are conceptually holding you back or holding you down or weighing on you, I don't think are the same as they would be for everyone else. There's always been a little bit of an outsider looking in, this kind of continuing notion of the idea of, I don't even really belong here. Knowing that it is a fail, what is Adim thinking about dwelling on in this moment?
As is usually the case with Prisha, Adim is remembering his failures with Aaron, and Adim is really tied up, and actually, I guess, distracted by the fact that, okay, what did I do this time? Last time he knows he made a mistake. He's been trying really hard not to do that. How did I mess up? What if this is going to be something turned inward? It's very much I was trying to be better. What did I do? Am I going to do it to somebody else? Is Jet next? Like, I've been trying so hard. Like, he's probably feeling really guilty. Like, somehow that's his fault.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Kind of like a flip side of the coin to what Titian is dealing with. The idea of the duty of recognizing your job, your title, if there was one in this group, this understanding of dedication means protection, means no one gets left behind, and if they do, not only was it someone's fault, it was specifically yours.
Yeah.
Give me that Constitution saving throw disadvantage, please. You do have the +4.
I'm sorry, I do have what?
You have the +4 for being
Oh,
Titian.
okay. The lowest was a 20. I rolled 21 and a 20 with a +4. Thank you, Titian.
I think it makes sense in this moment. It's the same drive. The fury or anger or shame that is driving to the idea of if I stop and dote on this for too long, I might make another mistake. I can't do so. I have to keep moving forward for the sake of the rest of the party.
Yep, that would be right. Yeah, and just very for Grian and Titian and Ianthe, they probably notice Adim gets really quiet again. Not exactly the same as when he was separating himself from the group, but similarly.
Mhm.
He's not removing himself, but he gets very quiet and just
Yeah.
eyes forward, but darting around. Like, okay, what? I can't mess up again.
Grian, what'd you get?
10.
The key that you got, where is it?
Put it in my bag for safekeeping so I don't drop it.
Okay. I think that Grian, knowing what you ventured forward on, what you focused on getting, and recognizing that you left your friends behind to grab this thing. I don't know. This is up to you, obviously. All of this is up to you. You can tell me. You can always tell me no. But I think that's not really what is necessarily bothering Grian, because that was the test. That was... You chose right. Right? That was what needed to be done to move forward. And this point of realization, of self-realization, this reflection of continuing to move forward. So why does this looking down, almost having this like moment of like feeling like you have x-ray vision, staring through the bag that is to your side and seeing that key resting, why does that feel so heavy? Tell me why Grian fails.
Yeah, expert at beating myself up, so let's go. So Prixa stepped off the path to save Grian, and now she's gone. And I think Grian sees a pattern. His parents tried to protect him and died. Aaron tried to protect them and died. Panthera brought Grian back from the brink of death and almost died. And I think Adim got into the water and almost drowned with him. And I think there's a portion of him that wonders if he's worth saving, if he's worth to keep protecting like this, because it never ends up good for anybody. But I think that there's a part of him that remembers the time that Titian protected him when they first met and did everything that he could to bring him back to his senses. And I think for a sense of comfort, Grian moves closer to Titian's side. It doesn't absolve him of any of these feelings, but he's looking for something to feel like this is worth it. Like the choices he made was worth it.
That spot closer to Titian is open and available. Because it's a spot that has been a revolving door for figures that have quite often given their lives for something. And maybe in this moment it feels like they've given their lives so that a handsome, confused, broken Azamar can last one more day. Go ahead and give me that Constitution saving throw.
All right. It is it's a 13. That's a fail. Oh wait, no, +4.
Correct.
17.
17. Key feels heavy. You feel lopsided. So you do the sensible thing. Shift it over to the other side. You keep moving forward. Jet. I believe you rolled a 19, correct?
Yes.
The space next to you feels cold, but it's not unfamiliar. You notice in this moment as Green moves back towards Tishin, you are in this moment the furthest away from the group. What keeps Jet moving forward?
I think in this moment, Jet is kind of purposefully staying a couple steps behind everybody, noticing how everybody else is kind of dealing with everything at the moment. Jet is kind of, okay, Prisha's gone. We've got to find her. What can I do to be helpful? Adim is looking forward. Jet is going to kind of back off and fill that normal role that Adim does in the back and just keeping his head on a swivel and like, how can I be useful here? How can I do something that's going to help? And I think because it's getting so cold, I think Jet's going to pull out a torch and hold a torch in one hand and his spear in the other, kind of grip it close to him and light a torch. Kind of do his best to be useful.
I have a question for Jet.
Okay.
How does Jet light the torch?
Jet's gonna take his spear, cast green flame blade, and the tip of the spear will light.
Okay. There's a moment, Jet, that you remember, a specific time when you felt unwelcome in your tribe. A tribe that bred and built themselves up, bled for the concept of being the best in a primal, physical way. Being proud of who they are. But you're a wizard. Using your claws, your muscles, your breath, your horns feels antiquated in this moment. you're able to do what you do because you focus on the one thing that no one ever seemed to appreciate in your tribe. And that's your brain. Jet, take a point of inspiration. Because, man, I thought you were going to breathe on it. After what seems like an hour, it is impossible to know for sure. You come up to a wagon covered. And a figure that seems to be digging a hole. About 6 feet long, about 3 feet wide. The figure you recognize as the ferryman. Ah. Hello.
Hi, Mr. Ferryman.
This isn't... Is this right? Are you...
No, it's not right.
It's kind of why we're here.
Well, these forests, it is very easy to get lost in them.
We were wondering if you've ever seen a large, dark shadow figure creeping through these woods.
One especially obsessed with the path.
In this forest, it would be stranger to see any sort of light passing through. But I think I know what you're saying. Something that does more than live in the dark. Something that seems to feed on it. To tear into it. Yes. I have seen this before.
It took our friend. Where could we find her?
Well, it sounds like your friend is in luck.
I'm sure she feels very lucky.
Well, there are things worse than death in this forest, Ianthe. The being that you're speaking of, if it did take your friend, and they are not doomed to roam about these woods till their final breath. Their death lies elsewhere. Hopefully painless. What a blessing. If you be so kind to give me a few more minutes, I will have it ready. In the meantime, I believe that satchel there has what you're looking for. He points to next to what looks to be a grave that he's digging.
Well, hold on. Where are the fish? It's supposed to be fish.
What you're looking for.
That's what it's been. A fish, and then a weird thing, and then more fish, and then... What is the point of the trial if we can't figure out the pattern?
Take a look, dear.
I will-
Everything is so black and white in these woods.
Hey, Mr. Ferryman, whose grave are you digging? Is there a gravestone anywhere around?
There's not.
The team just rolls his eyes like, you had to ask? Come on.
Assuming that the satchel is taking the place of the fish, I will go over to the satchel and pick it up, I guess.
Okay. As you pick it up, you feel the weight. Reminds you of something familiar. You get the feeling that most likely it's not the satchel itself, it's what's inside.
I open it up and take a look.
And you know what you find in there.
Do I find armor?
You find a giant suit of armor. No.
Shaped like a
Oh.
fish.
Shaped.
Shaped
Sorry.
I am now
It
the
does
fish.
not fit
I am
you.
now the fish knight. Yes, that is what's happening here.
Titian the Fisher King.
Due to flounder around the land, from adventure to adventure. No, I find a fish in there.
You do.
Okay. I reach in, pull the fish out. Have the fish been the same kind of fish each time, Joe, or is that something?
Yeah, you guys asked me that before. They seem to be
Okay.
similar.
Sure. All right, then I pull the fish out.
It is hooded.
As I pull it out of the satchel, I pull it with the tail facing down, the hood right here. I just pull it out, and then I just make a glance to everyone in the party without saying a word. And then I just take the hood off of the fish to look at it.
It's difficult.
I'm sorry?
It's difficult.
To take the hood off?
It seems like it's caught on something. You have to tug hard.
All right.
It takes a couple. Okay, trust me, I got you.
I guess.
It takes a couple of moments that you actually, the momentary sort of macabre theatrics of this becomes, even in itself, tainted. And that's frustrating. Go with your fingers, pulling around the edges, trying to open it up as much as it can. And that's when you feel horn. Bony. Curled. Titian, you have the opportunity to know what it is before taking the full hood off. You can hide it from certain members of the group if you would like. As you know, you feel Prisha's head.
Yeah, I do the best I can to hide the moment of horror that just overwashes me and try to keep it going. And then in a movement, you see me just turn my back to everyone in the party and hunch over, hiding it from everyone else's gaze as I use my massive frame to take off the hood but hide it, and then peek and just confirm what I know.
It's wide. Mouth open in shock.
Titian, do you know who it is?
Just stay over there. I'm just trying to figure it out. Just for your safety, stay over there.
Are there other fish you can pull from? Is it just the one?
Just give me a moment, Grant. Just give me a moment. I'll answer everything I can here in just a moment. Just let me have a second to myself.
You hear a voice in your head. Ferryman's not looking at you, but you hear it's him. You should trust them and show them.
Can I reply in kind to him telepathically? I just I push a thought out towards him. They don't need this horror right now. This is something I'll carry for just the time being.
Always the protector, Titian.
He's digging a hole in the forest, Phil.
And thus you see the figure look at you. Smile. And go one more time. Dunk. Ah. We're here. You see him start to clear the dirt around. But it takes him a few minutes. Titian, in that moment you're turning, and if you meet the eye contact, you see Adim, Anthe, Grian, Jet meeting your eyes. Some of them maybe not wanting to know, but all curious.
I take the fish and I put it back in the satchel and I put it around my shoulder. Hey.
Titian, who was it?
It was my first love in Hausamal. Patty Longtooth. She, just something from my childhood that didn't expect to see in this creepy ass woods right now.
Just remember, it's not real.
It's not Patty. Yep, not. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, at least you knew who it was. It's two of us.
Yeah.
Were there any other
Yeah.
fish in the bag?
Yeah. Hmm.
Just the one. Just Patty. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just her in this bag.
Can I make an insight check
Sure.
on tissue?
Yeah. Titian, feel free to roll deception.
I already rolled one, but I did not roll well. I rolled a 9. I was going to tell you if I rolled anything reasonable.
Let's see.
I don't really want to roll against it. Can I just set a DC of like, I don't know, 13?
I'll say I will.
I'll roll
if
against
you-
it if you want.
I was gonna say, like, otherwise it's an 11.
All right. Should have let me do that, Joe. You got to beat a 22.
I got a 9.
Twinsies.
Like brother, like sister.
Hey!
I got a natural 20 for a 21.
Damn.
That still can't beat
Still
it.
not. Okay.
Natural 20 always wins.
I
Oh.
would say natural 20 always wins, Jet. You know that Titian's lying.
Jet would speak into Titian's mind from behind the party and say, you know, you're kind of a bad liar.
Then you see the result of everybody believing him. So
That's not true. He's a very good liar as it
Yeah.
turns out.
I think
Jet,
for
Jet
Gideon
is
having
also
a fish
like,
that-
The one
Jet-
time I roll good on an insight check.
well, that's. I love the idea of Jet saying you're bad. I'm not good. You're bad. Which is in this case inherently untrue. That's funny.
I can't, but you just sent a message to Titian, correct?
Yeah,
So I
just
cannot
spoke
reply
into his
to
mind.
you.
You can.
Oh, I
Yeah.
can reply to you.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'm not lying to you. What are you talking about?
I don't think that Jet would be able to put 2 and 2 together of who it is off the top of his head.
Sure.
But he would say, it's not somebody named Patty. You made that up.
I can assure you Patty's quite real. And they're probably in Hossamal right now. Listen. Just keep it. Oh, God. Jet, I just need you to trust me right now.
Okay.
This is for the good of everybody in this moment. I'll share when it's more appropriate to do so.
Jet's just going to say, but you don't have to carry it alone. And then he's going to turn around.
And... Oh. Path stops here.
Did you just say the path stops here?
Mm-hmm.
The team looks down the direction they were going. Like, did it really stop?
No, you see a road that's still going, yeah. You also recognize that you've seen the same covered wagon. You've seen, like...
Oh, sure,
persons,
yeah.
There's, like, yeah. Do you guys look in to the
Oh,
coffin?
yeah. Oh, yeah. What's in the box, Joe? What's in the box?
Can we see into the box without stepping off the path?
Yes.
Then yes.
You see steps leading down.
Am I the only one that sees stairs into what's supposed to be a small box?
No.
No.
They're there.
Adim's mind is, if anyone's reading his mind, he's thinking about what a pleasant thing it would be just to have a bar brawl. Just to
Graham
fight,
punches him.
throw
We
some-
did that already. It didn't go
Oh,
great.
Decks him.
That would be so much better.
Do we go down the steps? Do we keep going down the road?
It is your choice if you would like to stay here with me.
Okay,
As you see him smile and you see all the missing teeth. And...
Would it be
I lean over to Grian and do it quietly. Go, not your type this time.
I mean, do we have time to talk about this, or is it kind of like a now or never situation?
You have all the time left.
Everyone in this forest is really unhelpful.
Like, if we wanted to sit here for like an hour and talk it through, give or take 5 minutes.
I've only been in this forest for a couple hours at most.
Huh. Oh God. Okay, so it seems we can keep on meeting up with him if we go down there, or we can be done if we go down there. And I know it looks like death, but it's the only different thing we've seen.
Okay. Jet steps off the path with the torch.
Oh, we have to agree. I put my hand on Jet's shoulder because we're either all going or we're not going.
I will say, for clarity's sake here, it doesn't look like there's like a pathway leading down to the coffin. The coffin is like just off the path. So you would step from the path to a step that goes down.
Oh, okay.
Can I look at the mirror and just... Which is the way forward?
You see nothing but your reflection.
Unhelpful. Everything is unhelpful.
Can I take out the key and see if it points me in a direction somehow? Like if I point it towards the road versus the coffin?
There's a moment you holding the key flat in your palm. There's a thought of, it's got to be used for something. It's got to be useful for something here. You point it towards the grave. You feel nothing. You point it down the road. And you feel nothing.
Okay, that wasn't helpful either.
So Titian, would you say you pulled a catfish out? And Jet smirks.
Jesus.
Because it's a cat face on a fish, so it's a catfish, right? I knew they existed.
Whole new level of macabre right there. Whole other level of dark humor. Holy moly. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Okay, guys, above table, where do we want to go?
We're going down the creepy dark hole, right?
I will say, also, like, there's a moment, like, if you guys wait long enough, there's also a moment where the ferryman just says, you could always head back. And gestures towards the cart.
I will say I'm not willing to leave yet. Not without Prixa.
Same.
I mean, I think we're going down this hole, y'all.
Okay.
Maybe they'll lead us to her.
I guess I'll go first. Then.
There's a moment, Titian, as you take a step, you recognize that not all your party is going to fit down here.
When you say that, do you mean that I won't fit down here because I'm the
Nope.
biggest?
Who else is with you?
Danzig.
Danzig won't fit.
Is it Danzig? Okay. Hey, Gran,
Yeah.
you might want to put the old puppers up for this trip. I don't think he's going to fit down here.
Okay. And I'll pull out the phylactery and I will put Danzig away.
All right. I guess we gotta get the scooting. Let's get down here.
Okay, Titian, you first.
Yeah.
I'll go next with the torch.
Hold on.
Who here? Sorry, I was just gonna ask. If we're talking order, it might be just above table. Who does everyone have dark vision or no?
I think everybody does.
Yeah.
Okay, then never mind. It'd just be a good time to maybe mention it.
Titian, you take the first step and you see the ferryman extend his hand out towards you. And he has those hands of an elderly person where like the fingers look a little too long and thin and bony. So as he extends his hands out, it feels like the size of a stop sign. Remember, you chose to carry that burden alone. And then gestures you forward.
Tishian's like just struck a little bit by that. Shit. I don't want to. There's been character growth, but not enough character growth. All right, Tishian just walks down the hole.
Got it. Let's get a marching order.
Jed will go second with the torch.
I'll go last. So
I'm hanging out in the middle. That's usually where I'm at.
Between barks, I'll stay behind Andy.
as everybody else has descended the hole, as Grian's going in, I would like to look at the ferryman and ask him, is our friend findable in these forests? Or is she gone?
Findable. It's hard to say. In these forests, impossible. Good luck, Rhea.
I am going to, before I finish heading down, do something stupid, and I am going to grab just a small portion of my Sylvan Haze from our party and hand it to him to make passing the time easier. And I'm gonna
Interesting.
go
She
down.
just drugged the ferryman. Oh my
I
god.
gave him some weed. Or whatever the fuck that was.
Given Sylvan Hayes extends his extremely long hand out to it. A gift for me.
Well, yeah. Why not? Don't use it all at once, though. Trust me.
Or do and have a really good night.
There's a moment, Grian, where you see the purple eyes seem to flicker and fade. For a moment, you see white, brown, black, normal eyes. The skin seems to pull back, tighten. The skin around his neck seems to become less shriveled. The hunch in his body pulls back up a little bit. He still seems to be an old man, but not ancient. And he looks at you in horror. Drops the haze, reaches out to you, grabs your arm. Where am I? Where am I?
You're in the insert name of woods.
She here.
Our friend? No, but I'm hoping we'll find her. Somewhere.
You know where she is?
Unfortunately, I don't.
Grabs you, pulls you in, so you're now like kind of like a couple steps down from it. Is like clutching your arm or pulling you close. You feel like it is commoner strength, but it is pushing beyond the normal means, as this person is fully terrified. Where's Mary? Where is she?
I'm not sure who that is.
What have you where am I? What have you done? And you see figure freezes. The body pulls back. Skin sags down. The eyes, color leaves them. Comes back to purple. You're immediately let go. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I think it's time.
As you take a step forward, you see the sylvan haze resting on the steps where the figure dropped it. I think you pick it up and you just keep going. And it's a little early, but with that, we'll take our 10-minute break. We'll see you guys in 10. We are back. So, as we all individually head down into the dungeon, into the coffin that was buried next to the ferryman, as if waiting for you. We start with Green. Green, as you walk down, give me a perception check.
That is a nat 20 for a 25. And all my luck for the night.
Green, for a moment, you're not sure if it's because of the time that you waited. Your dark vision being able to lead the way down what is first a cave of dirt and rock that slowly is turning into hard stone. Perfectly smooth. No, not even separation as if from cinder blocks. But most importantly, you do not see a Deem in front of you. I assume you continue for a while.
I'm going to call out first. Hey, guys.
Guys. Nothing.
I'm going to pull out my Rocky Talkie. Hey, guys. Can you guys stop for a second? I think I need to catch up.
Second. And then you hear a response. Hey guys, can you hold up for a second? I need to catch up.
Well, I don't like this. I'm going to cast light on my hand to give myself some light.
Yes, you do. You see for most of the time most of the time about 20 feet in front of you. White. Clean stone. Path curves a little off to the right. But everything around you is just white.
Okay, I'm going to cut the light and I'm just going to move forward.
You move forward. Walking, hearing the echo of your own footsteps against the hard, almost marbled stone. That's all you hear for a while. Till you start to hear something else. Sounds like music. As if something welcoming you. You able to hear that? Okay. It's cheery. Hauntingly so. And you see the path start to open. Your dark vision only showing a little bit of the way, but if you want to recast that light, you certainly could.
Yes.
As you do, you see endless rows, seats that seem to travel back further than the eye can see. And in front of you, waiting for you, is a stage. And we're going to pause you there. Adim. Much of the same as how it starts. You notice that you are moving with Ianthe. There is a sharp corner that Ianthe moves through, getting out of your eyesight for just 1 second. You turn that corner. She's gone.
A team just not even under his breath just loud. I was like, what are you playing at? It just keeps on moving forward. He's just pissed off right now. There's too much magic in the air.
Give me a perception check.
$16.
The 16, you hear something in the distance that really doesn't make sense. Your dark vision leading you past hard cobblestone, rock, gray, circular. But you see a light at the end. It's bright. And you hear an impossible sound. You hear the ocean.
A team is getting angry now. Only because he wants that so bad, and he knows that he could probably have it. And where's his sister? Where is New Moon? So if anything can read him, he's pissed right now, trying to put that in front of me. But he marches forward. He's
As you march forward towards the light, it's dark enough that you instinctively can't help it. You do have to shield your eyes as you walk out to this open sky. It's beautiful, cloudless. You're standing on the precipice of a rocky shore. You can't even really call it an island, as it is just a rock sticking out in the middle of the endless vast blue. You see, resting on top of the water, seemingly anchored by nothing the eye can see. It's a rowboat.
I just want to get the picture in my head 'cause I'm not sure. Am I on the same level as the surface of the water, or am I above it and have to climb down?
You're like just above it. Like to step onto the boat would be to just step forward.
Oh, okay. So I'm that close. I thought I was up on a cliff and I was looking down at a boat in the water. Okay.
I'd say like the size of this rock is probably only like maybe 15 feet in diameter.
Well, now Adim's confused. He's like, I normally swim. I am a sailor, but this is dumb. Like, he actually says it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Looks up the coastline either way. Is there any indication of anything else that is outstanding?
From this vantage point, I'll give you a new perception check.
Okay. Another 16. Yep, 16. Okay.
I'll say with a 16, you notice that the rowboat, the way that it's kind of sitting, is just far off from you. That you notice, yeah, I'll give that to you. You notice in the like furthest sort of corner of the rowboat looks to be a small satchel.
Okay.
Gray.
That somehow makes more sense. Does it look like Tishian's satchel, the one he picked up, or is it completely different?
You're not sure.
Good answer.
Could be.
Okay, well. Like, he's at this point just talking to the world around him because he feels like this isn't real at this point. He's just frustrated. He's like, okay, fine. He says it out loud. And he will. Is there a row, an oar? Stop. Is there a row in the oarboat? Oar in the rowboat, not a row in the oarboat. Is there an oar in the rowboat?
There are 2 oars.
Okay. Well, he'll go down and he'll sit in the rowboat. He'll put the satchel in front of him, and then just because he's a little bit ticked off, he uses shape water to push him forward. He leaves the oars in the boat.
You leave the satchel.
No, I take the satchel and I put it in front of me as I use shape water to move the boat forward. So okay. I'm not going to use the oars. I'm like, no, I'm doing this on my terms. And I take a deep breath. I open the satchel. Put my hand in it. Like, you want me to, I'm like literally thinking in my head, you want me to do this, so let's get it over with. I know I'm not going to be happy. Not you, Joe.
You find... No, you're good.
He really wants to play. You're toxic. Okay. But you're
you find something equally frustrating.
It's not a fish.
It's not a fish.
Okay.
It's a rock. Just a simple gray rock. Give me a nature check.
7.
It's a simple gray rock.
Is it flat? Does it look like a
Uh,
stepping rock or more like a... I need you to quit. Or
Uh,
is it like more like a hand, like a roundish stone I could throw at somebody, or like a something I put in a sling?
No, it looks very natural. Looks like it might have been broken off of a small boulder of something you would have seen in your journeys on land.
Um, I'm gonna stop the shaping of water to move the boat for a second. You know, can you pause me while I deal with this monster?
Sure,
Is that
we'll pause
okay?
you there. Yeah,
Because I don't know why he's being this way.
yeah, we'll pause you there. I believe it's Ianthe next. Ianthe, as you walk down following Jet's torch out in front, you notice something seem to flicker behind you. Not directly behind you, just a little bit off to your right. But it catches your eye as if just glancing a light off of just the edge of your cornea. You turn, and you see what looks to be another torch for a second before it goes out. And you are alone in the dark.
Hello?
You hear a response. Hello? And you see in your dark vision, there's a figure in the direction that you're facing, looking directly at you, only less than a foot away from you.
Who's there?
You tell me.
Daphne?
Are you Daphne?
No. No, you are.
No. I'm Ianthe. Who are you?
Daphne, this isn't funny. You know it's me.
It's in this moment, Ianthe, that as you tilt your head slightly and make some sort of reference, you see the figure matches you perfectly. Are you my reflection?
Or are you mine? I reach out to touch her.
Same thing, same time. You feel the cold touch of a mirror. This is odd.
This is strange.
Yes, that's what I said.
How did you come to be here?
I went off the path. Should we continue?
Yes. We have to keep moving forward. That's what I was told.
Yes. Keep moving forward. Anthe, as you turn, the figure turns with you.
Which way is forward?
I assume the direction we're facing.
That would make sense.
Thank you.
You're very smart.
You're very beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Move forward.
$15, 20, 25 feet. Started to notice something interesting about the mirror. It seems to start to shift away from you, but only from the top. Giving your reflection sort of broken look. In some cases taller, in some cases shorter. As you continue forward, you see the figure start to stay shorter as the mirror is now separated. And I think you can't help yourself. You look to your right and you see the same figure staring at you, but very young.
Are you feeling all right?
I'm very scared.
I'm scared too.
I don't think I want to be here anymore.
I think there's only one way to not be here anymore, and it's to keep going.
Where's my sister?
She's waiting for us at the end. We'll see her again.
No, she's always with me. We do everything together.
She had to find her own path. You'll always find her again. We just have to move forward. And she'll be there.
No, I don't believe you. I don't know who you are.
Trust me. I'm a friend. I want to see my sister too.
Roll me a persuasion check.
$18.
Okay. But I warn you, I'm quite powerful.
I know you are. And you'll only grow to be more powerful. I promise I won't do anything to hurt you.
You promise?
I promise.
see the figure pause for a second, as if frozen in time. And you see the mirror start to crack, as if something's etching into it. You see their letters. Spell out the word liar. What is that? What is that? Why are you doing that?
I'm not doing anything. I'm not a liar.
Why are you doing that? I don't trust you anymore. You see the figure turn and run.
No! Does she run in the direction we were going?
No.
Of course she doesn't.
The figure seems to run away somehow, as if further into the mirror. But as you reach out, the mirror's not there anymore. It's just hardened black, onyx-like, so still somewhat reflective stone. But you can feel inscribed in the stone is the word liar.
I try to put the mirror down, roughly. Not enough to smash it, but angrily.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
The dice want me to keep the mirror. That's a natural one.
Okay. Roll something on my side. Okay. As you go to put the mirror down, you feel something blocking you, keeping you from being able to let go of it with your fingers. You're not entirely sure what happens next is connected or not. But you hear a voice. Don't.
I am not a liar.
Okay. Just keep going.
Everyone will be
you.
there. Help me. Please.
I'll try.
All right. And I'll keep moving forward.
Pause you there. Jet. You move forward. Torch ablaze. We'll say, keeping to that green flame as it is green. You start to see Tishian seemingly run up ahead, away from you. you hear the doop, 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 doop. What do you do?
Jet would take off running as well, trying to catch up to him. And he would kind of behind him, not look behind him, but just be like, "Hey, we're speeding up," and then move forward.
Yeah, we're speeding up. You hear a voice respond. Why?
Do I recognize this voice?
You do.
Jet would actually freeze in place and grab his spear really tight, and he's going to just say out loud to stop you.
You and what army?
I don't need an army anymore. You were holding me back.
Interesting. When the time comes, you think you can face me on your own.
That's what it takes. You don't get to talk to me like that anymore.
Oh. But Tezdraxus. You're going to need to be the only one. I don't hear footsteps, do you?
Jet looks around.
You're alone.
Then I guess I have to try my best. And Jet's gonna stand, like, puff his chest out and, like, look around, trying to figure out where the voice is coming.
Mm-hmm. Take a few steps forward. Then you will fail. And your torch goes out.
Jet's gonna toss it to the side and kind of take his spear in both hands for a minute and kind of take a stance and kind of chest puffed out, ready to go, kind of move forward, kind of pointing his spear forward and just kind of constantly putting a little bit of magic oomph into it to kind of light a little bit as he goes. He's mentally preparing himself for the conflict at hand.
Okay. You're there, walking for a few minutes. You notice that the dark, dirty dungeon seems to change into craggy granite. You start to hear something familiar. Haunting and soothing. Almost at the same time. You hear the wind. You can hear just the small, gentle caw of a large bird. You see a light at the end. And you see there is something white around the edges. soft and crystal-like. Snow. You're going home.
That's gonna take a deep breath and just sigh and grab the spear and kind of almost dig his claws into it. At least I got you with. Do this. I'm gonna march forward.
Okay. We see Jet's body move forward into the light that envelops him. And we'll pause you there. And Titian. So you're moving forward. There is a dutiful, tactful, soldier-like concept of pushing on, pressing forward, so it takes a couple minutes for you to realize that you are not being followed. Give me a survival check.
Survival. 9.
The 9, you step forward to wet, sort of mud. It seems odd, you don't recognize the sensation here, but if you're underground, wet is not good. It's at this moment that you turn and look around and see there's no torch, there's no Jet.
Nobody else there. I immediately pick up my walkie-talkie and speak into it, trying to... Hi, where did y'all go? Is everyone safe? Can everyone check in? Roll call.
Titian. Is that you? So you hear the voice of your brother.
What, I want to make sure I'm not assuming. I hear it through the rock itself, Joe.
Assumably.
Hobbs, is that you?
The fuck do you want?
I mean, the fuck you want? I'm trying to get a hold of some folks, and you're the one clogging up the line. Why are you calling me up?
You're talking to me. So why don't you tell me what you want?
I want to know where my people are. The
Your
fuck do you
people?
want?
I
Yeah,
know
my
you didn't
people.
just say that to me.
Hold on. Let me. I want to know where my people are.
You fucking left your people.
Nope, my fucking people left me, Hobbs. You left me.
If that's how you see it, you're fucking twisted more than I thought.
Why don't you enlighten me and tell me how you see it? Why don't you untwist this fuckery then?
of times I stuck my neck out for you. You being the runt that you were.
Yeah, I imagine.
You
Sorry.
gonna let me talk?
Fine, talk. Yeah. You don't like being called a runt. I'm not a runt. I'm very tall.
You. The amount of times our mothers had to ensure. Don't worry, Titian. That growth spurt's coming. Meanwhile, I had to make sure that no one touched my younger brother. And then you up and leave. You do more than leave. You stab. And bleed our name all over Arsamal. You have the gall to stick around in a city that doesn't want you to be there. And then when you finally decide that you're not worth walking down the steps leading to our barracks, you instead decide to put yourself against us. What the fuck do you call that, brother?
I'm sorry you always saw me more as a burden than a brother. But look at where you are at now. Company man through and through. Desk in a town that you can rule over. You sit there and you tell me how much I've held you back and how much I've made you sacrifice, and yet you seem to be doing just fine. How do you go on existing in that space, wearing those emblems, knowing what they do in and out across the land? How do you justify that to yourself late at night when you're by yourself?
Who are you talking to, Titian? There's no one here. It's at that moment, as I assume you're continuing walking, you start to hear the forest again.
Okay. Do I see any? I'm assuming when you say forest, like it's the rustle of leaves, it's a slight breeze. Do I see a light up ahead showing like an exit?
Yeah, I would say that you see a change in light.
Yeah.
It still seems dark.
I keep heading that direction. Imagine in grayscale, as my dark vision is still not portraying any color.
You emerge. As you look around, you notice that you're emerging from some strange cliffside. this moment that you recognize that you went down and through. As you sniff the air, you can tell the elevation has dropped significantly. So you take a step forward, eyes adjusting to the change in light. You step on something sharp and jagged.
I look down and see what it is. Right before I put all my weight on it. Cause any damage. Is it organic? Is it a naturally formed rock, or has someone laid something like caltrops here?
So you lift your foot slightly. You see it is a broken, jagged bone. Some large creature.
I pick it up to examine it.
Give me a nature check with advantage.
Six.
What would it be if it was survival? Because that's also a possibility, I would say here.
7.
Okay. You do not recognize. You see it's roughly about the length of your arm. It's thick. Whatever came through here and broke it was large, strong, heavy.
Okay.
It looks like it's been picked clean by whatever creatures still exist here to eat.
Tishian isn't worried so much about the scavengers that picked it clean. He's more worried about the predators that took it down. He starts looking for bite marks or signs of battle or combat that might have occurred to create this. Or to maybe rule out whether or not this was a naturally occurring death, I guess.
Give me a medicine check.
That's really dramatic for a 5.
You're not sure. You're not. I think there is a leftover piece of the conversation that you were having with the rock that you now recognize couldn't have possibly taken place. That's distracting you from being able to determine what this was from and how it occurred.
My other hand goes to the satchel holding the Prixa fish and just sort of, I guess, touches it for a second and thinks, man, she'd probably think this bone is cool as hell. But then I set it down and then I begin to look for trails or a pathway around this overview.
As if waiting to be observed or asked for, you see the smallest trail leading out forward away from this cliffside. The deadened trees leaning towards it, as if trying to encompass a hole in space. A tunnel in space, I guess.
As long as it looks sturdy enough, I start walking, making my way down that way.
Sorry, you're gonna say something?
I was gonna say sword drawn, shield out if there's enough room.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You're still carrying your old shield, right?
My old shield? No.
Okay.
I have that gilded
Oh, that's
mirror
right.
shield that you gave me. Yes.
Okay, great.
I lost my old shield, I believe, under the mountain.
I'm glad I asked. Please give me a stealth check. You're within dim light.
I'm within dim light. Okay. Let me just make sure. Okay, so I have advantage on this then, just to make sure. Oh, that's a nat 20 for a total of 30.
Beautiful. You are the essence of darkness and stealth.
I am the darkness.
Moving forward, you notice that there is something a little bit odd, different here. The trees are still dead, seemingly. The grass itself is sparse and rough. But you're hearing birds. You didn't hear that before. So you look up at the night sky, you see, once again, hundreds of stars. It's so much clearer here than in Hosimo. Please give me a perception check.
25.
The 25. As you're walking 10, 15, about 20 minutes, you come across movement. Small, short, maybe 3.5 feet tall at first. Jishin, do you stay where you are, move forward, or go to hide?
With that nat 20 in stealth, can I take myself closer to try to get eyes on whatever that movement is?
Yeah, feeling confident in your movement. You see a figure bent down, moving incredibly slowly off the path, seemingly maybe searching for something or just trying to remain hidden from something else on the path. What did you get in your perception check?
25.
25. Figure seems humanoid. You see hands out in front, occasionally touching the ground, but only to balance themselves. Figure does not seem to take any notice of you.
when you say humanoid in this world, that means so many different things. I mean, a Loxodon, I think, is technically humanoid. So is this Leonin? Is this a...
I will say, as you question that, you do see a flick of a tail. Long, thin, cylindrical.
Leonin ask, like my tail?
So if you want to move closer, you can, but you have to make a stealth check with disadvantage.
I'm thinking. I'm hesitating. I'm going to do the dumb thing. I stand up from the bushes. I'm assuming I was in bushes, like every good video game that you play. You're hidden completely in the bushes.
Okay.
And I, well, still with sword and shield drawn, but in a non-threatening manner. Hello?
That's. I'm just gonna tell you straight up. That's how.
Non-threatening in the way, like non-threatening, like I'm not intentionally pointing it at him. I'm holding it down to my side.
Okay, so keeping.
That's what I mean. I'm trying to say is like I'm not immediately taking a defensive or aggressive stance. Is what I'm saying.
So the point of the sword facing away from the figure.
Yeah, pointing more towards the ground, but still in hand.
Got it.
Hello, who goes there?
Just a momentary pause. Between you and the figure. The figure immediately takes off running.
I will. I'll give chase.
You got it.
I'm just looking for. I'm just trying to get some directions. I mean you no harm. I'm just here as a friend, just trying to get directions. Have you seen a green man with big muscular arms, or a small lizard, perhaps, in the woods that can cast magic?
I think it's as good a time as any. Ada, would you please describe yourself?
Hey guys. My cat figured out the light switch. Speaking of cats, as Ada runs, her cloak falls away from her face, and what you see is white fur smattered with black spots, evoking the flavor, the vibe of a leopard. She runs not on all fours, but bent down, kind of aerodynamically. Her tail swishing aggressively as she tries her best to create as much distance. She's wearing kind of a worn leather armor, and at her side, a satchel bounces on her hip, and her ears twitch in the air.
In normal movement, Ada, you would be. It would be impossible for Titian to be gaining on you. But I would like you to roll me a survival check as you are running through the heavy brush. Titian, go ahead and roll the same for me.
You said survival?
Yep.
5.
14.
Okay. Titian, this figure is, I will say, Ada, like, you are hearing those responses from this individual. But given your trials and tribulations being in this forest, I'm not entirely sure whether or not you would give response to them. So that's completely up to you. So Ada is beating you, Titian.
I'm just lost. I just need to. I guess that's all Ada would hear as they gracefully outpace me.
Okay. Titian, we'll pause you there. Ada. You have been in this forest for some time. It's been a moment since you've checked to see if you're on the right course or not, but as you are pushing through branches, rocks, nature itself seemingly trying to block your way and keep you from being able to move forward. All of these brushing, cutting, tearing into your skin as you are moving forward from this very large Leonin figure that was trying to run after you, pretending to ask for help. What do you do?
I think that she ventures a glance back at Titian, at this Leonin creature, and falters just a little bit in her steps, wondering why he's bumbling so much. I mean, in her experience, Leonin are fast. Maybe not as fast as her, but fast. She kind of, in continuing to run forward, reaches into her pocket and pulls out a compass, trying to locate where she might be, where she's supposed to be.
Could you describe the silver compass that you were holding?
Yeah. The compass is on a chain. It's circular, but has these little points. Not quite rose compass points, but points that kind of jut out. And if she were to like clasp it, they would prick her hand. And in the center of it, there is a small jewel. Just kind of the centerpiece of this dial, with a slightly shimmering, almost pearlescent back behind the directional points.
Yeah. You see the dial moving slightly away from the end, closer to northeast. But then as you look down at it, you see it immediately look around towards the figure you're running from.
Really? Okay. And she'll stop, dead in her tracks, and turn to face the Leonin chasing after her.
I think, Titian, you've probably stopped a little bit beforehand, so when you see this figure, I would assume kind of cowl up at first, turn and face you, it's at a distance.
If I move closer, are you going to keep running? Or can we have a conversation now?
If you move closer, are you going to keep lying? There are no green men in this forest.
There's at least one, and you would know if you've seen him. His name's Adim. Kind of mean guy, but good at heart. Sorry, I'm not going to get into talking about him. No, but I assure you, he's part of my party. I've been separated from them. I don't know where they are, and I'm trying to get back to them.
Who are you?
Well, my name is Titanabo. Who are you?
Ada, roll me a history check with advantage. Oh, I'm sorry,
No.
Titian, you didn't use your real name, did you?
I did not.
Okay. Disregard
Okay.
that.
Heard.
At this moment, though, Titian, even as the figure is kind of standing their distance, you do see as they're talking, you see that sort of extended sort of muzzle, giving you the idea that this figure is possibly Leonin. I'd say you guys are
Tighten the
about
bow.
50 feet away from each other.
Fair.
Tighten the bow. Did
Yes.
your mother hate you?
My mother loves me very much, and I just ask you to keep both their names out of this conversation right now, out of respect. But she loved me very much. She told me that every night before bed.
Now I'll give you that history check.
With advantage?
Nope.
Okay. $15.
15. There's something about this figure that doesn't seem familiar in a... I mean, you recognize this figure as Leonin, and in that regard, maybe that's where the familiarity is. Yeah, I think that's what you get with 15. You think this figure might be from House Amal.
My name is Ada.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask. Your name is Ada?
Ada.
Ada. It's nice to make your acquaintance, Ada. So what brings you to the woods? What brings you to the creepy woods today? Because are you separated from your party as well, or?
No, I came alone.
Why would you do that? This is a horrible place to be by yourself.
Why would you?
I didn't come alone. I had 5 other people with me.
Why would you come at all?
We're just passing through. We're trying to get our way to Zajar. I mean, yeah, Zajar.
You're trying to get to a jar?
Sure. No, we're trying to get to a place called Zajar that's on the other side here. We're just passing through. And then it's turned into this whole thing with fish and caves, apparently. And I just found myself here separated from everybody. That's why I asked if you'd seen a green man. earlier because he's a member of my party.
Ada's going to take a few steps forward, cautiously. I think as she steps into lower grass and a little closer to you, you're going to see padded feet, like kitty cat feet.
Hmm.
Titian, this figure does look oddly familiar. Like, you give me a history check with advantage.
Oh boy, come on.
Actually,
Okay.
sorry, I'd say this is probably nature check.
Oh, I mean it's the same either way, I guess. 18.
Why are you going now?
Well, because history, I don't know. It's just, it's a straight roll no matter what.
Okay, well,
But-
great to know history and nature are both 18 in this case. So here's what I will tell you. With an 18 nature check, you see the padded feet. You notice, I'd say, as the cowl is still there, but you notice that there seems to be less of a mane. The figure sounds probably somewhat feminine, so it's hard to completely know for sure, but then you start to see the spots. And you remember a face, a name, a figure that you haven't seen in what feels like a lifetime ago. Barkeep goes by the name of Sarah.
Fuck. All right.
You think there's some resemblance here.
Ada, do you happen to have a do you happen to have ties to Hasamal? Maybe is there someone named Sarah in your life?
A Sarah?
Yeah.
Yes. How do you know her?
Well, in another lifetime, we were friends. She'd give me an odd job or two, and I'd make sure her bar was just, I don't know, kept in business with all the alcohol I was buying.
My sister.
Your sister.
Is that so
I-
surprising?
Sarah never mentioned she had a sister.
I don't imagine she would.
So y'all don't get along very well, or?
It's not that. It's an age difference. Enough of one for me to be considered annoying. What, did you not have a younger brother?
No, I was I guess you could say I was the younger brother in that. I was the burden in that situation.
Oh. Then you know. Difficult.
I'd like you both. I'm so sorry. I'd like you both to give me intelligence checks here. Straight intelligence.
Does that mean you just want us to add our multiplier or saving throw to intelligence? I like the
Multiplier.
multiplier. Okay. That one's cocked. Let's try it again. 7.
Dirty 20.
Titian, you are wrapped up in this conversation. Ada. For a moment, you are also wrapped up in this conversation. But then it falters as you remember why you're here. And recognizing that at this distance, and with this name, and even this personality, you don't know this person. And they might be distracting you from what you're supposed to be doing.
I have not seen your friends, and while it has been lovely chatting with you, I must be off.
Why don't we? Hey, Sarah would probably kill me if I let her little sister just travel alone in these Burton-esque woods. Why don't we just travel together for a little bit?
Do you realize how common a name Sarah is? Do you know how many barkeepers are named Sarah?
I know there's a ton of Sarahs in this world, but when I mentioned Sarah and Halasamal specifically, when I saw your eyes light up in that moment, I knew I had the right Sarah.
You are aware of how suspicious this looks, right? It is not a long shot that a tabaxi would be from Halasamal.
I mean, do you doubt that that's where I'm from as well?
No, but I do not know a Titanabo. I have
Well,
never
there's-
heard that name from Sarah.
All right, I was shit. Fine. My name's actually Titian. I just didn't want to lead with it because I thought you might be like, I don't know. Grian said that names might have power here, and I didn't really know what that phrase meant, but I thought maybe I should keep it to myself.
But
In
you'd give
case.
me a Deems.
Well, yeah, but he's strong as I mean, he'll handle himself, and you don't even know who he is, anyways. You said that
Well,
said
if
you've
I
never
came
seen
across
a
a green man, I sure would. You are.
What?
I have places to be.
Well, so do I. I'm just saying we need to get out of here. Let's get to those places together, and then need be we can split back up afterwards.
Ada, history check with advantage.
Natural 20.
Gosh, she has my yearbook.
I rolled a 3 and a 20.
Fucking Ada has like my yearbook picture in her like backpack. Like Titian's
This person-
senior quote is
she's
like
like-
"Po buddy's perfect."
She was like 2 years behind you, and you like didn't care about underclassmen, but she. Oh, she had a crush on Hobbs, obviously.
Ada, a word comes to your mind that you cannot help but utter in response to that name. A word that you've heard correlating with the name Titian for at least a few years.
A stare.
You just see Titian melt a little bit like you see him like he went from somewhat jovial and him trying to be a little bit more like even in this creepy wood like trying to be a little bit like nice and jovial in this situation to you just see him just sink down and it sort of feels like he's just really taking up space on this earth now.
Ada, you know
I've been
Leonin.
there.
You recognize that you said it almost instinctively because you've heard it so much, but it's one of those things that you know, was never really supposed to be said in front of the person,
Oops.
as the word means traitor.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's just been a long time since I've. The last time I was in hospital, I had many people calling me that, and I've just been away from it for a while, so I just allowed myself to forget in a moment. But
I
obviously, you
understand.
seems as though you know a little bit about me after all.
I have heard your name. Yes. Not every source called you that, but yes.
I guess I should have opened with this, but you're not with the Roar, are you?
No. I am not. Are you? In some way?
No. I'm not.
Good. Then you and I might actually get along.
Probably. Yeah. I tend to, yeah. I like meet new people most of the time when they don't call you a traitor to your face.
I mean, it's better
But
than Titanabo.
okay, first off, that name is rock solid, and I won't have you besmirching it any further. But
Have you ever, I'm just
um,
curious, have you ever shot a bow in your life? Or are you a
there's
punchy
never,
or a sword? I'm just curious.
yeah, no, that's a great question. There's never been a bow strong enough to withstand my strength, and every time I
Mm.
pull them back, they just break like toothpicks in my hand.
I feel as though you're posturing.
My posture's perfect. There's no one.
Mm-hmm.
it's-
Let's go find your green man.
Yeah, let's go.
go.
By the way, have you? Odd question, I know. Have you come across any like large bones or anything of that nature? Because I saw this massive bone a while back ago, and I don't know. It just seemed like there might be some things happening here with some larger creatures. You haven't encountered anything like that, have you?
That's an extremely interesting thing for you, Ada.
Well, I think lots of dead things live in woods. I would be unsurprised if there were bones.
Can I throw an insight check on that? I feel like that of all the answers that Ada's given, that's been like the cagiest.
Sure. Yeah, go for it. Ada, deception, or
Thank God.
Okay. I will let you know that my insight is a 24.
nice.
I will let you know that my deception is a 26.
Damn it. Rogues, man.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
So I think there, because there is the level of like 24 is good, right? Titian, you remember, as we discussed earlier in the session, you remember the folklore surrounding a place that would be very similar to this.
Mm-hmm.
This seems like a very strange place for someone to go alone and you recognize in this moment that Ada has not explained what she's doing here.
So what are you... Okay, hold on. So are you looking for the lost army of Hosmal out here, or what are you doing out here by yourself?
I think Tishian, you'd notice that she stops breathing for like half a second. I forgot that was prolific.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's a tale they tell all throughout the city growing up, and then even more in the service. I mean, it's... I don't know. It's folklore's commonly shared. Most just... I always took it as something to not really invest much in until I kind of found myself in... Well, he points at a dead tree. Like, creepy, you know.
I mean, the first time it was told, it might have not been true. It might have been. I don't know, but at least the most recent time, someone important was in there. In here.
Who was this important person?
Why are you going to Zajar?
I think I'm asking first.
I don't think that's how negotiations work.
I think Zajar is a long way away from here, and, well, we're standing in the middle of your story. It seems like it would take prominence in this moment.
Maybe I don't trust you enough to tell you.
Here's what I'll say. Right now, I'm happy to travel with you as a companion. Get going with you, but this forest has death in it, and I think you know that. And if this secret has any way to help stave that off or any way to help avoid it, and you're keeping it from me right now, I guess I could say we wouldn't be companions from then on out.
Fair enough.
Your secrets are your own then. Unless.
Nice try.
Alright.
So, about your friends. A green man named Adim.
Yep. We got a
and
green...
Who else?
Yeah, we got a green man named Adim. Long hair. We got a blue woman named Ianthe. She's cool. We got Grian. Got some wings. Chiseled jaw. He's cool. We got Jet. He's cool. Little lizard man. No dragonborn, but lizard man. Has a spear now and doing some cool things as well.
The way that you describe them is odd. But accurate enough.
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep an eye out. Let's go.
Yep.
You guys continue forward, eventually finding the path again. Titian, as you take a movement to stay close to the path, but continuing in the bushes, hidden. You look over and you notice that Ada is doing the same on the other side of the path. I think you guys catch each other's eyes, and there's a moment of weird camaraderie with that. Ironically, being able to keep distance from the path as well as each other. I'll pause you guys there. Green. I'll turn the music down a little bit because it's pretty loud to me. You're standing in front of an empty stage. There's no one here. Not in the seats, nor the stage. No one around. But there's a moment, sudden, as spotlights seem to come down to stage. And you see figures start to come out from the sides, floating as if from stagehands that are not there, carrying what looks to be darkened, not black, but a deep blue, almost looking like made out of like a heavy sort of almost construction paper look. And in awkward kind of trimmed triangles, as you see the shapes start to do this. More of them come out from the center, all making that same movement. So we once again hear the familiar crying that we heard last session, and a basket. Resting along the waves, traveling somewhere. Green, it feels like this is a show just for you. Why? For what purpose? What do you do, Green?
Does it seem to be moving forward in the story, or it's just kind of like
This
pause
is a pause and moment to recognize what Green's doing in this scene.
Okay. I think being in a similar situation more recently, I'm going to pull the key out of my pocket.
Okay.
Does it seem to react at all?
Does not.
To this? Okay. I think I'll sit and watch it for a minute.
Okay. You start to hear as above, seemingly floating in the air, these constructed clouds. We see ribbons moving in this like glass, like halcyon-like look that is glittering in the air, representing the rain. You hear the crying get louder. And then just as suddenly as it starts, all of a sudden, a third spotlight shoots down the center, going right over the basket of the child. This one, a different color, golden. The clouds are pushed away. And we see coming from backstage this long, extended, made of metallic sheets of paper layered over top of each other, looking as if being controlled by several different figures, but you don't see any feet on the ground besides the 4 hooves. What looks to be a Kirin or a Chiron. This sort of Chinese-looking dragon figure, the mouth kind of opened wide, stuck in this formation as the whiskers seem to kind of move out beyond its head, as it seems to come down from the clouds. We see the mouth close around the basket. And lifts it up high into the air. You start to hear clapping. As you turn your head around, you see all of the seats are filled. I'd like you to give me a perception check.
It's a 7.
The 7, you're shocked. These figures look not ethereal at all. You didn't see them come in, but they seem to look like they're physical form, and there are hundreds, maybe thousands of them, as the seats seem to go far, 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 far back, and you see all hands clapping, matching the sound of the thunderstorm that is now dissipated. Do you do anything different?
This is such a cool narrative scene. I personally want to see where it's going. Can I, in walking to the like the front of the stage, try and watching the play, but maneuvering to, I'll say, stage left to look stage right to see if I can see anything from behind the curtain.
I will give you a new perception check.
Not much better. That's a 9.
You don't see anything. It's dark.
Okay. And I get the feeling this is like your backstory in play form. Like,
Yeah, maybe.
alright, I'm gonna watch for a little bit longer.
Okay.
To see if things change.
Got it. You see as the basket gets pulled up to the sky, you see all of a sudden a curtain begins to shut on either side. And you hear the clapping get louder and louder. As quickly as it started, the first act is done. We'll pause you there. Adim.
Hopefully, a dog that remains asleep.
You were at sea and you sitting in the rowboat, casting the movement of water, you stopped it suddenly as you found the rock. I would like you to give me, in the time that has been here, I'd like you to give me I want to say sleight of hand check.
Dirty 20?
The dirty 20, this rock kind of being held in your hands. As you turn back to stop the waves from pushing, a smart choice, by the way, you feel like something is directing you back to look forward.
Back to look forward. You confused me, but I go back then. I'll go ahead.
Let me finish talking.
I thought you were done because we talked. Sorry.
With a dirty 20, you feel like you're being pulled forward. You don't see anything in front of you. But you feel your hand naturally extending forward as you recognize that it's coming from the stone. This random natural piece of gray stone. You're not even sure the name of it.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead. Does it have a shape enough that I can tell one side of the stone from the other?
Good question. It is entirely like random in its appearance of breaking, but as you kind of like shift from one facet to another, you feel no difference.
If I put it on a rowboat, can't have one seat, can have multiple seats. How many seats does this have? I'm assuming I'm sitting on one of them. Is there one in front of me?
I'd say there's probably like two bench. There's like a bench seat that you're on. There's a bench seat like right in front of you,
Okay.
or behind
If
you,
I
depending
set-
on where you want to be.
If I set the stone on the seat in front of me, and I want to manipulate it in such a, basically what I'm trying to do is I want to see if it turns a certain way, the way it's trying to pull. Can I twist the rock so that it cannot be with me and I can follow the path?
As you set it down, with the dirty 20 that you got, that was a pretty high roll. As you set it down, you don't notice any sort of pull from anything else. As soon as you let it go, you feel nothing.
If I pick it back up, it comes back. The pull.
So slight.
Okay. Let's test the waters literally. I take the rock and the knapsack, even though I'm not going to put the rock back in the knapsack. And I'll just slip into the water really quick, because the pull more if I'm in the water.
You're going into the water?
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm water genasi, like my natural state. I mean, I'm a sailor, but I'm a genasi, so I'm like, well, the boat's interesting, but let's see if the pull's... I want to know if the pull is stronger if I'm in the water.
Yeah. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. 16.
16. As you dive into the water, there's this moment, this feeling that the senses seem to open up as the natural sort of feeling of being in the water. And for a moment, you feel a sense of calmness. This is something you can control. Then you take a gulp of water and you're missing something. Something you've never felt before. You feel this like momentary, it's like you need to regurgitate, but not from your stomach, from your lungs.
I'll come back up.
Nadim, as you recognize you are suffocating.
Yeah, I'm drowning. Oh, or suffocated. There's no air in the water or whatever. I don't know how your genasi breathe. So whatever, I can't breathe. I get back in the boat and I just sit there and I go, just talking to the world because I believe someone's watching me. I say, really not cool. And I go ahead.
Through profusive coughs, as for some reason this water needs to come up and come out of you.
And I try to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Fine, okay, I'll use the boat. And I'm saying all this out loud, just like I feel like I'm alone and the world is listening to me. Whatever cursed place this is playing with me. I will try and follow the path the way it wants me to follow for now. Eyes wide shut or open or whatever. I will use the rock and try to use the oars to like get me going.
You got it. Cool. There's a interesting sort of moment of thinking about like how to use the oar, but also being able to hold onto the rock. So I would like you to tell me how you handle this.
How do I feel the pull?
From holding the rock.
Can I put it on my legs on bare skin?
It is difficult enough right now.
Okay.
Where as you set it down, you seem to lose that sense.
Okay. Do I feel it if I put it between my feet? If I hold it and cup between my feet on the thing above me and just row like that.
I will give you a new sleight of hand check.
Okay. Only a 13.
13. It's a solid idea. It's a good workout.
But not working.
Not working.
Okay. Well, then instead, I'll hold the rock and use my shape water.
Yeah. That makes sense. When you originally said that, I was like, oh yeah, that's a great way to handle that. The water seems to react.
To follow the visual rule, like there's an oar, let's use it.
Yeah. I mean, the other option is to put the rock down, assume that's the direction you're going, and every once in a while check, right?
Right.
But you are able to control water.
Yeah. Somewhat, since I can't seem to breathe it right now. So yeah, I'll do my best to just hold the rock and control the water. golden glowing tattoos as I go through the dark sea.
As you push through, I'd like you to give me a perception check.
Okay. 11.
11. It's an 11. You see a ship starting to come up ahead. Small ship. In that kind of in-between sort of area of a boat and a ship, but it's familiar to you. It's still about maybe 120, 200 feet off, somewhere around there. But as you look at the mast, back of it, you recognize this was Kofi's ship.
Okay.
You're moving fast enough that it's hard to tell whether or not it is moving forward at all. So, as you get closer to it, I will allow you to, I would say, tell me what you would like to do.
Does it seem to be controlled by living people, or is it moving on it? So, like, do I see people on deck?
We'll say if you keep that same, keep that same speed that you're going, you catch up to it and you see there is someone at the helm. Dark skin, black hair.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I yell out, ahoy! I don't want to yell because of my dogs. But I do yell ahoy.
You see the figure turn, look at you. It is for sure Kofi.
Permission to come on board?
See the head shake. And an arrow, hand pointing forward.
Like forward the way the ship is going?
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, you never board a ship without giving permission. The captain just said no. I'm like, hi, Captain. And I keep going.
What goes through Deem's head in the idea of seeing the old friend?
Regret in the way we ended it, but also, I mean, although I'm talking to Kofi mentally, I'm like, stop messing with me to the world, because like he hates magic. This is clearly magical. He did not walk into a coffin, into an open sea, and then see a ship that could not be here because it's where it's too many things at the same time, and he's just like, he regrets the idea of Kofi. He does not believe that's Kofi. If that makes sense. It brings up feelings, but
Absolutely.
he's just like, stop. Just stop playing with me. Just quit it. Between seeing his younger self, Prixa vanishing, Grian seeing the basket, the image of Daphne, he's just like, quit already. Just stop. He's regretful but frustrated, and he's like, just yeah. If he was more magically inclined, it might be different.
As you think about the movement forward and just continuing to follow as Kofi's pointing forward in the direction that you're going, you see something else up ahead that gives you the idea that this may not be a singular instance of a memory or whatever abhorration of this. this piece of your past. But you'd recognize that next ship anywhere. The heavy, darkened wood. Recessed in certain places, you see the back of it, showing this rusted, gilded gold that you knew was not real gold, just painted. You see a depiction of a dragon on the back of it. As you see your old ship coming up ahead of you.
The Dragon's Prize. Great.
Dragon's Prize.
Yeah, I know what it is.
And we're going to pause you there.
Okay.
Ianthe. You're following this darkened hallway. The reflections at a certain point from your movements actually felt comforting in a weird way. But it's gone. All you have is the occasional voice in your head from a figure that you do not know and certainly do not trust. You feel your heart sink as you see in front of you a wall and a choice of either left or right.
They look the same.
They look the same.
Left.
Okay. Do you consult the mirror that you're holding at all?
Oh yeah, I should probably do that. Yeah, I will. Okay, magic mirror. Where do I go?
Right. No. Yeah. Right.
You should not left? Because I was thinking left. Fine.
I'm pretty sure it's right.
I'll go to the right.
Okay. You go to the right. Walking for about 5 minutes. You see the shine of it with your dark vision before you are able to see any reflection, but I don't know. Does it give Ianthe hope to see what looks to be the wall, the mirrored wall return?
Maybe a tiny bit, just like, okay, something I have recognized before. Something has gone back to what I previously knew. And then I think it immediately is shrouded with why.
Okay. Your momentary feeling of, at least I won't feel alone, catches in your throat as you see a figure that is both welcoming but also concerning to be down here. Ianthe.
Mom? What the hell are you doing here?
I don't know. I stepped out my front door and everything went dark. Are you doing this?
I think it's because of me, but I promise you this is not me.
Dearest, I put people in your path to help you to be able to hone this magic. Have you not been listening to them?
Who have you put in my path?
We'll say above board. Isabella starts to list people that when you found that you had powers that were people in Celeste that had little pieces of power, of magic.
I mean, yes, I listened, mostly.
Listened, so you stopped listening to them.
I started to know more than them.
You always thought you knew better than everyone around you. Perhaps if you exercised a little caution, a little humility. You know, your sister is trailing behind you magically. It might help to be able to teach her a thing or two.
Oh, she does not need my help, trust me.
You never stop to see it. It's hard for a twin sister to look up to another, I'm sure. But you were always so wrapped up in you. Perhaps that's my fault. Perhaps I was... Perhaps I gave you too much praise. And here we are. So, Ianthe, with your ability to know more than everyone around you, tell me, where do we go?
We go forward. There are answers waiting at the end of the path.
Lead the way, dear.
Like, stalk off.
Eventually, you see Sabella's form start to shift and change as the mirror seems to warp.
Please don't leave. I'm sorry. I don't want you to leave me.
Ianthe, I'm not doing it. I'm not. And you see another figure appear. A figure that I enjoy the irony of this person not being in your backstory. I believe, Abel?
Yeah.
You see Abel up here. Hey.
Hey. You're here too.
Yeah. Wow, where is here?
Honestly, Abel, if I could tell you, I would. I actually have no idea.
I kind of lost you back there.
You lost me?
Yeah. Well, you kind of, moved on. I had to take the long way back by myself, which was, fine. I had, well, because I didn't have anyone. Did you look for me? When you came home?
No. There was so much happening. I didn't even think about you.
It's okay. Really, it's all right.
No, it's not. It's not. Of course it's not.
Anthony, it's fine. I was never really supposed to be the main character in the story anyway.
You've always been such a good friend, and
I got you to the others, right?
you did. I think you got me exactly where I was supposed to be.
Well, I guess that's enough. Guess that's where my story ends.
No. No, I don't want your story to end.
It's okay. I was important for a moment, and that'll have to be enough.
But you still matter. Just because I don't need you doesn't mean other people don't.
Tell me who.
Sometimes you have to find them. I did. I had to go looking for them. I'm still looking for them because they should be here with me and they're not. Your people are out there.
Hey, Anthony. At this point, you see there's a corner where you have to turn left, and the mirror doesn't follow.
I'll find you. I'll come back for you.
No one knows if I'm even alive.
I'll find you.
The figure vanishes as you say that, coming to the end of the mirror. You hear a voice. I'm sorry. You have to keep going.
I don't want this mirror anymore. I don't want these reflections of myself.
I know. But you need to keep going. At this point, Ianthe, you are standing at the corner of a mirror, looking at a reflection of yourself. Eyes, face fully wet, tears. But it's just you.
What have you done? To all those people, what have you done?
What have you done to all those people? What have you done? I think with that, we'll end tonight's session.
No.
We'll see you all next week.